Hello, 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 hello. So today, if it was a very much of a surprise, we'll be going back to do some more Safari Zone hunting. We'll be doing that indeed. Indeed, nothing too crazy of a difference today from the usual Safari week things. Technically, there was one thing, but I mean, it's not the end of the world. Overall, quite okay, indeed. um, indeed. If no shinies appear, of course, beforehand, then we're gonna be hitting today the odds in Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and half the odds in Soul Silver, aka basically the same number. What do you? Let's see. Let's see what's gonna be going on today, indeed. Then. Yeah, indeed. Technically, there was one in quotes issue today, and it's that I didn't have any Pokemons that did require the national dex on Brilliant Diamond, but I mean, that's not really the end of the world. A little annoying, but not the worst thing. there area 2, there area 4. Technically also area 3 would be working in Brilliant Diamond. But indeed, it's gonna be Scrooby in Brilliant Diamond. There would have been Trapion that I could have been going for, but to be fair, I don't really care to be going for it. I don't really care to be going for a Trapion. Oh, today I managed to be getting into the spots without, you know, things happening. Cool. What's... Start with that indeed. Sweet Cinch. Which gives us nicely encounters. Yeah, there was 2 Trapions, but I was like, I don't really want to be going for Trapion. I'd rather be going for Scrooby. Honestly. Yeah, I don't know, like today was quite a boring day. Indeed, in the realm of things. Let me quickly check out the list. Again, indeed, it was 2 Trapions, 1 Crocunk, and 1 Golduck, apart from the 2 Scorubies in Brilliant Diamond. Then on Shining Pearl, I was just a Ravius Scorubi, 2 Golducks, 1 Carnivine, and 1 Crocunk. Fun fact is that both of the ones that... No, in both games, in places that I did have go with the same Pokemon. Like in both area 3 and 4, both like one game has Scorubi, the other game has Golducks. And I was again today able to be finding what's going on in every single area. I love it. Love it to the bits indeed. Hello, Scorubi. Let's see if we will be finding anything cool today. I think I will be going at some point to Inverted. Also, I don't know why my voice is seeming like it's gonna be gone. My voice hasn't woken up to this morning, I suppose. But yep. Hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself, indeed. Nothing too bad going about, apart from my voice seemingly wanting to be gone. But it usually gets better. As I said, I don't think that my voice has been waking up to today yet. I do be thinking that that's the issue, indeed. Also, I don't know why it has been the thing so much recently, specifically among the lines of you're having a capture card and your reaction is like super duper early Like, I get it sometimes that you have an old capture card and stuff like that, but still, like, sometimes it's just insane how, like, out of sync it can be. Like, I get it more with, like, a camera, because, you know, camera is basically always gonna be having delays. But I don't know, I have never understood it with the capture card. Never understood it with capture card. And quite a good amount of people also, like, when they are playing, you know, games. And, you know, streaming them, they quite often do not like to be looking at the program that they are using. I normally don't, but if I'm like running more than 2 switches at the time, I kind of need to. Also, speaking of Switch, I don't know what was wrong today. Again, my Switch refused to be charging my Joy-Cons and they were completely dead. Yep. Today is gonna be hopefully nice and cool day. It was raining in the middle of the night, so that helps out a little bit, and it's super duper windy. To be indeed. So one thing that I was I was thinking about that, you know, that I like to be using sometimes an encounter calculator for things. It's a little like an app, not an app, I guess an app to the computer. And I find it frustrating that I haven't found one that would be working with just your phone, you know? It's kind of annoying me a lot. Because, you know, those would be so nice because, you know, they could be working without, you know, internet. That's why I would absolutely love to be getting Encounter Calculator app to the phone. I just haven't found one. I have just only found the one on PC. Especially considering that I absolutely hate to be using half of the Pokemon websites that are like, you know, Cerebipedia, those kinds of things. I absolutely hate using them on the phone. I got the rare thing that I'm having one game during the daytime and one game during the sunset time. Nice. Because they're at the same time. But yeah. I just absolutely hate it. It's quite a good amount of sites. To be fair, I don't like to be using most of the sites anyways on my phone. I rather that they have like apps. Because it just feels too clunky to be using half of the websites on the phone. Because even though quite a good amount of them are, you know, designed that they are working with your phone, I don't really feel like they are working with your phone still. Mainly the problem can be that, you know, there is too much information in such a small screen. But yeah. Yeah, that's like something like an encounter calculator app would be so nice. Or it's like some sort of like app for the phone that could be displaying what is the encounter rate for places without having, you know, internet access. I could technically be coding myself one just so I could be using one. It's a possibility. You know, possibility always. Because the problem is that, like, I understand that it's harder to be making for Switch games, like an encounter calculator. I understand it, like, you know, there's so many different situations. But I still feel like for Sword and Shield, it could be added. And PTSD as well, even though they are basically the same thing most of the time as is the Diamond and Pearl for sure, but still, there is quite a good amount of differences. I'm kind of tempted, but I'm most likely too lazy to be making one. Maybe I could. Because, yeah, I don't think that the app would be even like that big. Because I don't technically need the pictures. I mean, they surely would be nice, but at the same time, they don't really add that much anyways. Well, maybe. But yeah, I don't think that if I will be for, like, even if it would be just for myself, I would be making indeed the app that would be having, like, encounter tables for different games. I don't know what I'll be doing with, like, Legends Arceus and the Scarlet and Violet. I mean, I guess I could be listing where, in what areas can the Pokemon be found in. For Scarlet and Violet, it is quite complicated, to be fair. Legends Arceus would be quite easy, I would like to say, but Scarlet and Violet, on the other hand, But there technically could be just a list where like certain Pokemons are found, you know. Yeah, and I was thinking also for like adding like little different things if there is like different methods. And then for Sword and Shield and it's changing weather, I could be adding like... I could be adding... I could be adding, you know, like a selection that you could be switching which weather it is. Yeah. Oh, it's kind of tempting to try to be making one. Just don't know, you know, when I really have time for one. But good too nonetheless. Yeah, I could be keeping that in back of my mind. Be making it. There's of course like few situations where it's gonna be a little bit more complicated. But but apart from that, I don't think that it would be too bad. Hello, Azuriel. Use my little buddy. Love to see you around. You know what is always frustrating to me, but right now you can even be seeing it in the things that I'm doing, is that I hate when people like actually use like wrong titles on things. Like I have seen that bunch of people use like Safari Week in the title, and then they're even not even doing like Safari Week things, they're doing something completely different. I hate it. I mean, technically it's not wrong, it is Safari Week, but like one would be assuming that you're doing Safari Week if you're like putting in your title that you're like Safari Week, you know? One would be thinking that, indeed. One would be thinking that, indeed. But yeah, it is though always going to be the case that there's always going to be either intentionally or not wrong titles. Usually it is intentionally. There is wrong titles. I just hate it. Shouldn't be happening, but unfortunately it is. Unfortunately, what can one do, you know? Unfortunately, what can one do, indeed? It goes kind of in the same category why I hate things that are like read the caption or whatever my thing. I hate those. Or like text or DM me or comment this thing and you'll be getting cool things. Why? Honestly? Like, why? No, I don't want you. Because that's one of the things that for me are like making me no longer be interested in the thing. Is indeed the thing that if you need to be doing something way too out of the way, you know? I hate it. But yeah. Doopy what it doopy, I suppose. Annoying nonetheless. I was thinking that I'm gonna be soon going into the inverted indeed. So yeah. There is today going to be 2 inverted sections. Could be, could be. But yeah, I will say that much that I can definitely be feeling when it's, you know, colder day today compared to yesterday and a few other days before that. That she's am I feeling tired. Like more tired than usual even. It's not like I did have like that bad of sleep or anything. I mean, I know that I haven't been able to get that good quality of sleep on the last few nights. Yesterday was like okay, but today and some other days have been quite bad. It's just because, you know, even though we have, you know, a fan on and everything, it's just not too comfortable to be sleeping when it's too warm, especially because I'm the type of person that, like, basically no matter what, I would like to be underneath a blanket. Even if it would just be, you know... Even if it would just be a... What is it? Even if it would just be a, like, the sheet or whatever my thing. I don't know what it is about it. I mean, I can of course live without one, but I'd rather not. At the same time. Mario. I would still like to say that it would be kind of cool to be finding a shiny, you know. Really trying to be pushing myself to be able to find one in Soul Silver. be so dreams. As I said, it would be indeed be the case that like as I said yesterday, that if I will be finding shiny either in Brilliant Diamond, Shiny Pearl, I'll be removing them. If I find a shiny in Soul Silver, I'll be removing it. It's gonna be requiring a little bit of fiddling around to be getting them there, but not that big of a deal to be fair. Might need to be making quick like layout changes if that's gonna be going on, you know. But we'll see. So I would really like to be like ending both odds based games. I would be like to be ending them before I move on. That's why I really would like to be getting Soul Silver done. I will say though that considering the fact that I did get something on Soul Silver on Monday, I'm pretty proud of how much I can be doing. Considering the fact that it's a little bit over 4 days after today of hunting. That's not too bad at all if you ask me. Like if I can be hitting like odds around like give it or take like 4 days of hunting, which is usually like 6 or so hours a day, that ain't bad at all. That ain't bad at all. You know, considering the fact, especially that you know, I did get indeed the thing called that I'm playing only one game. You know, my brain isn't ready, I see also for today. I guess today is not really my day then. It do be what it do be, I suppose. Speaking is hard anyways. I don't know, I feel like today's encounters are gonna be going... They seeming like they're gonna be going quite fast. So, you know, that's nice. Like it. Yeah. Gonna be interesting indeed. Jeez. I will say that in my opinion, in every single DS game, since you know you have a touchscreen and everything, I think you should be able to fish, like reeling the fish by touching the touchscreen. I mean, is it super duper necessary? Absolutely not, but to be fair, in my opinion, it should be the case. Indeed. Should be indeed. But yeah, even though I will say that I'm absolutely looking forward to myself be doing a little bits of the funny thing of funness, aka the thing called the surfing thing. I'm gonna see, of course, like you know, it depends how much overtime does Safari we go, if any. That's why I'm ready to be calling things off today. Like, if I find a shiny, I'm not gonna be starting a new one. Even though technically, especially in PDSP, I have quite a good chance of getting something still, but nah. Don't really see a reason to be keeping going on. But yeah. We'll see. But I would really like to be doing the surfing one. I know that I will be doing the surfing one after this. That is as much as I know. I will be doing it after this. AKA Safari Week. But it just depends on when Fossil Week is. For which I have a quite interesting like background in mind. Hope that I can be pulling it off. I would really be wishing that the thing would be working for that. Wouldn't be broken again. But we'll see, we'll see. Probably also should be soonish. Be getting ahead and going ahead and doing the background for the fish, not fishing, it's surfing. I mean, technically, I guess if I don't find anything else to be interesting, I could be doing a lot of fishing. That is an option. As at least I know with fishing there is quite a decent amount of interesting options, you know. Also, it did help yesterday that we did cool off the cat. It did help. She did calm down quite a bit after that. So yeah, she was just a little too hot yesterday. But yeah, indeed, thankfully there is easy ways to go about it. We even did like put like indeed like a container filled with a little bit of water. And she was surprisingly okay with it. I mean, of course she doesn't love it by any means, but to be fair, it could have been a lot worse. The only thing that we were able to do was that we were able to call off her toe beans, but it seemed to be helping her. She was definitely feeling more energetic after the fact. So, you know, as important as also, you know, keeping yourself cool, it's also important to be keeping your pets cool as well. Very important indeed. Oh. Wait, we're playing a little bit more of Pal World yesterday. As you know, one does when you're interested in a game, you play a game. Surprise, surprise. That I got quite lucky. I don't remember the exact chance of like that that games like shiny Pokemons are lucky pals. I don't remember the exact chance, but I did find two quite quickly from one another. I mean, I don't mind it, but I mean, it doesn't also really do anything. But, cool. Rare things in any game are cool, to be fair. Wouldn't love rare things, I didn't notice that anyone did get anything super duper cool. I'm gonna check if someone has found something super duper cool from the Safari Zone. As I said, I think this year is pretty... I think this year is pretty quiet from like creators, from getting shinies. But it happens, I've been seeing that fun to be seeing, others be getting them as well, Whether there is quite a good amount of people getting things. Love it. I've also seen quite a good amount of the designs for the new Pokemon TCG cards, and they're quite cool. Very cool indeed. Hello, Azura. Nice meal one this time around. A bunch of small little buddies. There's a Badoo there as well. Another cereal. To be fair, I've been today relatively lucky with the 1%, which is nice. Always love to see that, you know. I love to see the rare Pokemons, you know. It wouldn't be. I did. Like, you know, I know that at least one other person has found the 1% Bidoof in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl in Great Marsh. Pretty cool. Love to see it. Is I suppose like one dude that I'm quite interested in, because I don't think that he does anything to Twitter. I'm curious to see what because I don't think that he does. He usually gets quite lucky, to be fair. He like runs like sometimes 20 different games, usually 12. Interested to see though. I will still say that I don't think that I can be doing more than 3. It'll be interesting to see how many people need to be going over odds and for how long. Me going very much over odds. That's nothing new, unfortunately. But we're gonna be having soon a break. Interesting finds today, that's for sure. But yeah, also I will say that much that I'm either gonna be having an off day tomorrow or I'm gonna be having off day on Monday. We'll see how things go. If I find a shiny today, then I will be having a break tomorrow. But If I don't, then we'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. If I'm feeling fine, then, you know, I'll be doing one tomorrow. If I'm not, then, you know, Monday overtime then. I'll do one more encounter. Then I'm gonna be waiting until, you know, the ads to be over indeed. Nice. Did get 31 extra the first hour. Nice. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Stretch a little bit more. Soon gonna be going on for more than go ahead and get going. Let's see. See indeed. What today decides to bring us, you know? Would really be wishing for the shiny Geodude not to be too much of a trouble, you know? I will say the only bad thing of if I find the shiny first in PDSP is that I don't know what sounds I will be playing. Oh, you know what I could be— oh, I just thought of thing that I could be doing. Yeah, I know exactly what I'm gonna be doing. I mean, it's not gonna be going for that long for sure, but I mean, I can be doing it at least for a little while. I was thinking that I could be going ahead and checking the thing called collecting fossil parts in, you know, Sword and Shield. Because it's just basically mash A minigame. I'm gonna see how many I have on the other game. I guess I have a shield file on the other one. I'm gonna be checking out how many does that have. And you know, if needed, you know, I can be always trading things. I could be doing that. That's actually not too bad of an idea that I could be doing if I do be finding a shiny indeed. It's not half bad indeed. I'll do a few more encounters, then I switch to inverted for some time. Let's see how long it's gonna be today. I could be doing like until next ad break. Could be also a thing. Could be doing that. We'll see. We'll see. I could be doing, as I said, a bunch of inverted, or even I could be going to black and white as well. Could be doing that as well. Bunch of options for sure. Go ahead and switch to the inverted then. Why am I going to there? Definitely not the right place to be going. You know, the time settings to be switching it to the inverter. Inverter? Yeah, switching it to be the inverter. Yes. Yep, not too bad. You know, even though I will probably be jinxing it, I haven't seen too many Psyducks today. We'll probably be jinxing it, but I haven't seen too many of them, you know. I guess I'll be seeing, probably for the first time, Skorupi to be inverted. I don't think that I've been playing ever before, like, when I have been having a... Skorupi. If it ever wants to show up. That is... I'll be doing, like, thousands upon thousands encounters. There's not gonna be any Skorupis found. We'll be finding, you know... bunch of Bidoofs and Azurils. Those can be more easily found than Skorupi. Definitely. But yeah, I will say though that overall I'm very happy that I have been this entire Safari week. I have been able to find... I've been able to find cool Pokemons on the daily Pokemons. Because in EEST, with most like luck-based things, it's not guaranteed. I mean, unfortunately, I haven't seen Yanma too much lately, but I've been seeing some other cool Pokemons though. Oh, Skorupi looks creepy. It wasn't the color that I was expecting it to be fair. I wasn't expecting a Skorupi to be that color when it's inverted, but do be creepy. It should be looking more scary than it usually does. Also, I don't know, I feel like Skorupi is a very big for a scorpion. I haven't seen a scorpion in real life. I don't think ever. Maybe in a zoo once. But I will say the scorpions are one of the things that I don't know how I would be reacting to one. I don't know how I would be reacting to a scorpion. I know that for some people they are, you know, normal things day-to-day life, but thankfully still the thing is that in here there is not too many scary small things. I mean, I will say though that I don't like when any like bug is crawling over me, no matter how harmless it is. I isn't scared of them or anything. It's just like I just don't like when they're crawling. Ugh. Leave me be situation. They're not that bad, I suppose. Because I will probably always be joking about it that the warmer the place is, the scarier there is. Like little creatures are scary, and the more north you go, the scarier they are. And they also are very big. And I don't still know which one is worse. Because, both can do relatively big amount of damage. But I guess I would prefer to be seeing the danger. I will say though, considering the fact that I have been my fair share in like forest and whatnots, I'm surprised that I have never been like seeing snakes. Like that is a thing that I'm quite surprised about, that I haven't seen snakes. I mean, technically I've been seeing, but I don't really count the non-dangerous ones. But yeah, I'm surprised about that. Considering the fact that I have been even in places that are like well known that there is snakes in there. Like few places that we need to be going in school for example, they were very well known snake locations. But then again, even though it was very well known for snakes, there were quite a bit of hiding. Because, people are walking about, so they don't like it. Because I don't know what it is called in English, but in school we need to be like literally going into the forest, go to certain points on the map, and do whatever we need to be doing at the time. Is it taking a picture? Is it a like mark something down thing? Which is still probably one of the weirdest things. I understand like why it is in schools. It like teaches you to like know where things are, not bad thing to be knowing for sure. You know how to be using a compass, you know how to be using a map. Like, somewhat useful things. But I will also say that I don't know how many times I will be carrying a compass and a map. But I will say that that is the thing that I could definitely be seeing coming in handy at some point. Like, it's not a bad skill to be having. Unlike some other things in school. That I think that are completely useless, don't do anything. But yeah. Overall, I don't mind it. Is the situation indeed. I don't know how often I will be having both map and a compass of an area and using those. Then again, I guess it could be coming in handy if you're in an unknown forest. You know, you don't know too much about it, don't know how to walk in there and such. Wouldn't be too bad. It's just in most places, it's the case that there is going to be, you know, access to the internet. I will say though that I know how to read maps, but I'm better if the map is just a very like closed-in area of a place than, you know, let's say a map of the entire country. I mean, surely I could be finding my way, but at the same time, sometimes like certain roads might be in such a small font, it's hard to be knowing that they're there, you know. But do be what it do be. If there would be a time that I would need to be reading from a map and know where I need to be going, I think I would be able to. Even though, since I haven't done it in years, it might be taking some time to be getting used to it, you know. But apart from that, I think could be done. Could be done. Now that I think about it, there has been quite a good amount of things in, specifically on, you know, P that we did learn that, like, you could actually see be useful later down the line. As I said, we did learn how to be using a map and a compass. I forgot the other thing that was good. There was another thing that was good that we did learn there. Will be coming to my mind at some point for sure. Well, yeah, I don't know. P is weirdly like one of the classes that I think that I have at least be seeing to be I've seen indeed myself to be useful. Because there's so many things that, you know, people joke about, like how math is gonna be very useful in your life, day-to-day life specifically. Like, I can understand, like, math can be, like, a very big part of your life. Like, I'm not denying that, it's just... It is one of those things that it's not for everyone. I will say that in my opinion, even though it could be a little dangerous, but don't let students be doing it. I know like both Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts are a thing, but I think still overall, like a little bit of first aid and like how to survive in situations that you're like in the middle of the forest for whatever reason. I think those should be at least a little bit touched upon in school. And I don't even know... Did I even have at first an option to be going into one of those? I don't think I did. Because I think that that is one of the things that should be like knowledge that everyone knows. Like... how to handle a situation where, you know, you're in the middle of nowhere and you have like broken your arm. Like what kind of thing that you can be doing to be making things not to be going worse. Like, I think that those kinds of things, they should be like, everyone should be knowing them. Like, surely in some schools we do be having courses, so you can be teaching yourself that, and you'll be getting like a nice little card that, you know, you can show that, you know how to be doing these kinds of things. But I just don't understand, why can't it be a thing that is required at least a little bit for everyone to be knowing? Like, wouldn't that be a good thing? But anyways. I mean, like, then again, how often do you need it? Not often, but... And again, you know, could be helpful. Because I will say one thing. That if I need to be calculating a discount of something, of a certain amount of discount, I will need to be having a calculator. I think that most of the time I remember how to be doing it. I just want to be having, you know, the calculator. I know that some people can be doing it on top of their heads, and that's very impressive, but also, I don't think it's too necessary. Especially now that, you know, we do be having our phones everywhere. Alright. Could be handy. Because, for example, going back to, like, why couldn't everyone be learning a little bit of, like, first aid in school, especially in here, because we have already, like, a class that teaches about health and stuff. Like, why couldn't it just be briefly said there? Because I think it could be. I think that there is anything wrong with it, you know? Because I find it so silly that, in my opinion, in schools it's easier to be getting like a license that you know you can be handling food items, like in stores, you can be, you know, a chef, for example. It's easier to be getting that card than indeed a first aid card. I mean, I will say that from what I remember, the first aid card is a lot more cheaper to be getting. But, like, I feel like there is way too little courses for it. Like, there should be definitely more. Oh yeah, now I remember one good thing that about our the classes that we did learn, that I know that not every place learns, is to be learning to swim. It's a thing, indeed. Because I think even though in quite a good amount of places you don't really need to be knowing how to swim, like swimming is not a thing that you normally need to be doing too much. I think it could be quite nice that if in every place swimming would be, depending on of course in situations, that it would be necessary for everyone to be learning. Even though I think it's not gonna be really too helpful because no matter what, do people know it or not, things still happen. Unfortunately. But I feel like it could be definitely reducing it a little bit. I mean, of course, there's the situations that, you know, you'll be getting too much into panic mode, you don't know what to be doing, you know, but yeah. There's still only one moment in swimming that I have been in a panic mode, like a full panic mode, and it was when we were taught how to be getting a doll under, like, from the bottom of the pool. And at that point I was like age 14 or 13, and I will say that I didn't have the power to be doing that. I couldn't be doing that myself because unfortunately there was like pair situation, but I was like there wasn't an equal amount, so I was alone. Unfortunately, but then someone did get through there and we did get it out there. It's a good thing to be knowing again, but in how many situations is that useful? I mean, I guess it's the worst case scenario because I don't think that it's too often the case that the person would be at the bottom of the water. Because I would like to say that if time would be needed for a thing, I could be saving someone if they would be, you know, floating. But pulling them underneath, like from the bottom of the pool or bottom of the lake. Nope. Summer swimming things remind me of that. What I remember, like my mom used to have an ice cream maker, and I was like, "What is that?" Because I had before that point never ever seen it, and apparently she did have it for over 5 years. I just didn't know that we did have an ice cream maker. And, like, even after the fact, I think that we used it maybe once. So, you know, very worth purchase. I mean, I wouldn't mind definitely be using, like, an ice cream maker, but then again... I mean, I guess, like, over time you're gonna be saving money, but still it's quite expensive to be getting one. And, you know, can you be bothered to be putting the work in as well is a different story. And again, it would probably be requiring items that we don't use normally, so we would need to be using those as well. Which reminds me that yesterday when we did eat lasagna, indeed. I don't know why I'm still saying it so weirdly. I don't know how to be saying it apparently anymore. Is that I still hate because we're using like milk that is literally made that it's like impossible to be like messing up when you're boiling it, because milk is one of the easiest things to be messing up when you're boiling it. It's like specifically meant for those situations. I just absolutely hate, why can't they become in like smaller bottles? Because we're not gonna be using the rest of it, and I mean we need, I mean I suppose we're using over half of it, but still. It's just waste. I hate it. I hate how wasteful it is. Always hate buying too much of things and letting the rest of them to go to waste, because I don't know what we would be using it for, you know? As I said, most of the dairy products we don't use. So for us, they are indeed waste. There we go. Fixed the position. Be a little bit better. Also, under 100 to be going, then we do be hitting halfway to the odds in Soul Silver. Nice. Buddy up. Because I'm in the boat with a bunch of people complaining that, like, you know, there is recipe. Yes. There's recipes, you know, that they would like to be trying. But then they, like, require 1,002 different spices, and then they're like, is it really worth it though? Because like you need to be buying so many different kinds of spices. Because usually spices are the one that, you know, there's a lot of, you know. It's like, sure, like, there is recipes, like a bunch of recipes that would be nice to be testing out, but either they are, like, impossible to be getting, or either they're impossible to be getting, or they are ridiculously expensive. But then again, it do be what it do be. That's why I find it so frustrating sometimes to be trying new things. Like, I don't want to mind to be trying new things, but you know, it's kind of impossible at times. It's kind of impossible at times, to be fair. And like, surely could be trying a thing out in restaurants, yes, but also it do be quite expensive. Because in here it's usually cheaper to be making things yourself than go to a restaurant. Like, you can be filling yourself up with the same amount of money that you'll be using in a restaurant. No? Let me try to be saying things. If you're gonna be spending the same amount of money on a restaurant and a grocery store, you're gonna be getting like more calories, you know, more food anyways if you're making things yourself in here. Like, surely there is cheap options, you know, but you know, they are not gonna be filling you at all as well. But technically they are cheaper than to be making it yourself. Because there's also some things that, you know, you would like to try because they sound exotic, but you also don't want to be ruining, you know, the first try of the new thing by making a terrible version yourself. I think I was doing at one point, I was doing like a pasta sauce or something like that. And it like, I don't know what was going on with the dude's mind that was writing it, but it required choice of 3 lemons or something like that. It was stupid amount, and it was literally the only thing that you could be tasting, and I'm never gonna be making the same recipe again. Because it didn't taste too well anyways. Too well? Wasn't too tasty anyways. But I just don't understand. Why choose of 3 lemons? I mean, surely I could have been using less, but at the same time I was just kind of thinking that maybe whoever wrote the recipe knows how to be doing things. Because usually, like, if it's the case that whoever made the recipe knows that a thing might not be into, like, everyone's taste, they are saying, like, between this and this amount, however you, like, feel like it, you know? Whatever is out to your taste buds. Oh, nope, that was just... like, I kind of felt like it was like half of that thing's like liquid was that lemon juice. I mean, surely we weren't using in every way like the perfect amount of like things, but still. But yeah, like no matter what, it would have been like tasting a lot of indeed lemon juice. And the thing is as well that I don't mind lemon juice in general. Like I don't mind to be drinking it like straight from the fridge. I'm kind of weird like that, I suppose. I don't mind it. It's just this, if it's meant to be just like as a tasting a little bit there, then I don't like that. It's the only thing I taste. I mean, I will say though that I don't like to be drinking too much of the plain juice indeed, but having few. I will say, in my opinion, lemon juice is one of the best things to be drinking to be waking you up. It's just so sour. But yeah, do be what it do be. Speaking of waking up and stuff, I will still say that I will never be drinking coffee to wake myself up. It doesn't work. Be making me sleepy. And the problem is as well that the types of coffee that I like if you want to be making them at home, we have a machine that can be doing them, but also they are ridiculously expensive, like one serving. I mean, I get it that they are not, you know, they are kind of a special coffee, but still. Because also the problem is that the most of the coffee beans or coffee grounds, whatever things that most of people use in here, they are way too strong for me. Like I just don't like them because the only thing that I can really taste is the coffee grounds indeed. I like to be, you know, adding enough not water. I would like to be adding enough milk and sugar that I don't taste the coffee itself. I'm still a little bit surprised that I haven't gotten a single Pokerus. To be fair, the only game that can be getting a Pokerus is Brilliant Diamond, but anyways. Haven't gotten Pokerus indeed. Of course, you know, I'm not completely sure, but I do be checking it every once in a while. I don't save the game after, like, I just restart the game if I don't find anything, you know. But I'm still a little bit surprised. No one would be thinking that could be finding a Pokerus. Because I tend to be finding it quite often. Because I would like to say when I did get it in my original shield file, that I wasn't really, at that point at least, seeing like whatever is the required amount to be hitting the odds of wild Pokemons, you know? Like, I would like to say maybe I would have been seeing like a few thousand at that point in the like as the wild Pokemons. So I'm pretty sure it was the classic situation of me getting Pokerus before getting a shiny. Hard Gold doesn't count because I was resetting for the starter. But in quite a good amount of other games I have been finding a shiny after I've been finding a Pokerus. Sometimes it's a little bit harder to be telling for sure, but sometimes it do be quite easy. I will say though that surprisingly I haven't gotten a Pokerus in any of my Alola games. Which I find super duper odd. I haven't checked it in a while, but I'm pretty sure it's the case that in any of my Alola games I haven't found a Pokerus in. And I will say that those are the games that, if we don't count the games that you can't be getting Pokerus in, it's definitely the game that I have been getting, like, or seeing the most amount of Pokemons. I don't know why. I haven't gotten one. It's not, of course, the game that games that I have the most amount of encounters in, but it is, you know, quite high up there. What? Doobie, what it doobie? Been looking for a few times for the 1% bacon to be getting Salamence to be SOS called for. And I will say that that wasn't as bad as I thought it could be. It was a regular one, of course, but because, you know, I'd be doing that challenge idea that I did come up with. I wanted to be getting every Pokemon into the Pokédex as soon as possible. Gonna be having soon another break as well. Breaks are as usual good time to be getting something to drink, something to eat. I'll take a break one way or another. It's good every once in a while. For a little bit of a walk or something like that. And you know, still, I get to be reminding that, you know, keep in mind to be hydrating every once in a while. To be important. To be indeed. I know the neighbors are making noise. It doesn't like it. She's confused. Why is someone waking her up? Oh, there's someone to be waking her up, you know? Might be filling her a little cooler with cold water. As well myself, you know, when the break is on about. Might be doing that indeed. You know, be getting a little bit more of the colder air, you know. Even though today is no cooler day, but still. Nicer anyways. It's an ambitious goal, but I would kind of like to be hitting the 3k before the ads are gonna be kicking in, but I don't think that it's possible, unfortunately. I'm gonna be trying to be getting as close as possible, of course. Try to be indeed. So there's definitely something going about. Probably, you know, people are indeed hanging out in places because there's a lot of seagulls making sounds. A lot of seagulls making sounds indeed. Yeah, I think I can be squishing in like one more encounter. Still pretty close though. Gonna be leaving it there. Gonna be having the break indeed now. About 3 minutes as usual. gonna be switching it also away from the inverted before we continue. I'm using two of the same games controllers, wondering why things are moving. That could be a reason. Could be a reason indeed. Also nice, like an hour-ish. Indeed, with the inverted. Nice. I did put indeed cooler, giving us, you know, cooler air. So no, it's nice. It's very nice indeed. What up? We good. Good indeed. Oh. Camera crashed. Interesting. I was maybe moving the cable a little bit, so fair enough, I suppose. Let's fix it. Today was going so well, and now, of course, there needs to be always some sort of technical difficulties, right? It can be running too smoothly, you know. Okay. See then. We started the whole thing. Well, that is showing something. Now I just need the to be understanding. I could be putting that on there for a little bit. There we go. We good indeed. Showing something. In that moment, I will say that That probably was my fault indeed, that it did go ahead and disconnect because I was touching indeed the cable. I will say that much. I was about to say I'm surprised it didn't do anything. Because I usually like to be putting, you know, the cable out of the way. Even though the camera will be in my way anyways. But yeah. Good, we good. Everything running, you know, smoothly and such. But also, it seems like we are like in quotes 100 ahead than usual, so that's pretty nice. Don't know then why today is the day that we'll be getting a bunch of them more done, but to be fair, I don't care. It's just like it, you know. Encounters go big. They do be. They do be going big indeed. I don't know why I'm always, by the way, when I'm like picking up my Joy-Cons again, like no matter where I am, I'm trying to be escaping first. I'm always trying to be escaping first. Because it's the only reason why I would be pushing upwards, you know. I guess any other menu that I would be in, I wouldn't be doing it, you know. Move the mic a little bit further away. You know what I have been surprised about recently? Cat hasn't been on my table like almost at all. On neither of our tables, to be fair. I find that very surprising. So, you know, she do definitely want to be like close to us. She really do be liking that, you know. I guess she has been finding it more nicer to be going underneath windows and such, you know. You know, fair enough. Feeling that little bit of a breeze, you know. I wonder also, because yesterday we did have our balcony like windows quite wide open, but still like in places that the cat could be, or the cat usually goes to, they were still closed. I don't think that our cat would be escaping from there. Like, surely she is curious, like, what's going on, but I don't think that she would be, you know, going anywhere. Because I kind of feel like our cat is smart enough that our cat is smart enough that she is not going to be, you know, going ahead and be chasing after a bird like that. So still probably one of the most terrifying things that could be happening if you ask me is that did kind of happen to us is bird inside your house. Thankfully, it's quite unlikely. We did have, like, at some point, we did have for, like, maybe 5 minutes, we did have a bird in our balcony. Oh, jeez, was it scary, you know? Didn't like it too much. Like, it's, like, kind of like, I know what to do in the situation, but it also is at the same time kind of a situation like, oh shoot, what am I gonna be doing? Also, since I was like a little bit ago watching like what people have been getting during the Safari week, is that I have noticed that like some people have been like hunting like the entire time the Safari week has been on, and they have just recently been getting a shiny, and it's like, jeez. Someone is like 30k in like, I think it was like 5 different, you know, copies of Gen 4 Shino games. Jeez. Just so unlikely at that point, you know. But you know, it is unfortunately how it is. Luck be like that sometimes. Sometimes you find everything, sometimes you find absolutely nothing. I just realized another thing that I do be finding quite frustrating at times, or basically whenever it comes up, is that I hate when a semi-popular, you know, YouTuber or, you know, content creator in general decides that they don't want to be doing it anymore. I hate how much like things they like negative things they get from it, because like, why? Like, honestly, why? Because, you know, it is just the thing that, you know, people do be losing interest on things, and I think it's pretty normal. So I just don't understand sometimes when people do be getting hate. Like, I understand for sure. I have been watching people that did like stop making content, and like it was like sad that it did happen, but you know, life happens. Sometimes you're no longer interested in things. Because I don't know how big of a thing it is now. I guess because TikTok exists, so I don't know how big of a thing it honestly is. So I don't care about TikTok. is that I don't understand, like, did it go somewhere or not, or is it staying still the same? But I feel like when I was, you know, like 12 years old, it seemed like there was a lot of people that were like 15 or so that were making content. And I feel like it's gone nowadays. And it's surprising because there was like one dude indeed that was like 15 or so, and he did start, you know, making content and everything. It was kind of a shocker that he decided then, like, after like 6 or 7 years, he decide that it's enough. Even though I will say that he could have definitely be, you know, doing that for a living, but you know, then again, if you don't want to, then, you know, don't. Because that's another thing about content creators, that it's kind of unfortunate to be seeing that people are pushing themselves way too much. They're pushing themselves way too much indeed. Like that they need to be making content and stuff like that. But yeah, it do be what it do be. I have noticed this especially with Minecraft content creators, that they always need to be like pushing themselves like further and further, you know, push themselves harder and harder. I get it, but at the same time though, why? And sometimes it's like, why though? It's not too necessary. Because I will say that if I would be having that kind of a feeling, I don't think that I would be enjoying making content. That, you know, every day I would need to be doing something better than the day before. Because I would be finding it very exhausting, and they do as well. They have like a few people that have been doing it. I would say that they kind of regret it. Which is fairly, you know, understandable. It do be. We'll see. We'll see. Because I will be going at least in the rules of if I'm feeling like making content, I will be making content. I know it's especially hard when you're, you know, a streamer. And if you, like, decide, in quotes, all of a sudden that you want to be doing less streams or, like, shorter streams. People might not be liking it, but then again... I think overall, people that you be caring about you enough don't care about it. You know? They don't care about, you know? You know, because I think, you know, life is what it is. You don't never know what, you know, tomorrow brings. You never know, like, what tomorrow brings, you know? Life is very surprising at times. I will say that I'm kind of like in the minds of like do whatever you want in a moment. I'm not fully into that though, because I think that in certain ways you need to be, you know, realistic about certain situations. Like overall, like, you know, live in the moment kind of situation, but at the same time, like, I feel like there needs to be a certain amount of sense, you know. Certain amount of sense, indeed. Wait a second. I'll try and do something real quickly. At least hopefully quickly. I'm waiting on things. Yes. Those dudes. See them, please. Yeah. I don't really care. Pokemon Go being mean. What do you? I'm trying to be getting a nice little melting box. Indeed. We try to be transferring a Pokemon. No, not there. Connected things. Pokemon home. Isn't that same Eevee? I can just be doing that. This is error. Cool. It'll be more, you know. There we go. It'll be, you know, more informatic for me, like what happened. There we go. We pop up another melting box. Another melting box. Do we get anything there from today? This is the question. I guess I could be catching, you know, few Meltons and I could be throwing them also. Into places, you know? Be doing that. So overall, I'm not gonna be capturing too many of them. Just, you know, let them be. What? Another melting box is being opened indeed. Yeah, still, I will say that I absolutely hate that it's gonna be like this indeed, that, you know, it goes 1 hour backwards each time. I know it's of course not an issue for people that have like a million different accounts in Pokemon Go, but you know, I only have one. Then again, you know, as I said, I'm not that caring about Pokemon Go. Like, sure, as I said, cool things are cool things, but then again, you know, I think I'm fine with things. I'll catch that cool little Charmander with the head, even though I have like a million of them. The problem right now, I will say, is with the Meltan thing, that since you need to be transferring Pokemons to Pokemon Home, is that most of the dudes are gonna be wearing like cool hats and stuff. So, you know, you can be sending those in. Which I find very frustrating. As I said, we'd really need to be having a Pokemon game that would be using Pokemon Go things indeed. We do really indeed. I at least like to be finding a cool, like, big Pokemon of Meltan. He's so cool. Indeed. Even though I have already big and small Meltan. Always would like to be appreciating more, you know. Always indeed. Thankfully, I don't need too much of the candy, so I don't need to be caring catching every single one of them. And you know, quite a good amount. You know, amount that I'm happy with. But yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that you be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something at least. Progress is progress no matter what though. And if you're hunting in one of the safari games or a place that you can anyways be losing a shiny, I hope that you can be catching it as well. Hoping that indeed. Unless, you know, nice to be working hard for a shiny and be able to catch it, you know. Life doesn't unfortunately always go that way, but most of the time though. Most of the time you can be capturing the Pokemon that you want. I mean, I guess it depends on how much Safari zones Great Marsh you're doing. Then, you know, I guess then you would be having less of a chance. But yep. We'll see, we'll see. I mean, I will say that it would be quite a cool thing if you would be setting up in as your target one of the safari zones or Great Marsh, you know, specifically a safari zone that you can be, you know, losing a shiny on. And you've been going for every single one of them, like not doing any evos. Just try to be finding every single one of them and catch them, of course, as well. Because usually what ends up happening indeed is that, you know, people catch things and evolve. But as I said plenty of times, I personally find it very cool to be finding the Pokemon in the wild itself. Because, you know, what way you find your Pokemon to be a cool find, it's your cool find, you know. Even though if, you know, you could be getting it another way. I guess as long as you want to be getting it that way, I don't care. You know, you do you. You do you indeed. What could be a good example? I mean, I guess for me it's the case that I rather wait on evolving things in Sword and Shield to be finding out if I can be finding them in the wild instead. Because, like, surely I could be evolving one of my Markrams into Grimmsnarl, but it would be so much cooler to be finding it in the wild, though. Same thing is indeed for other things. You know? Be getting the things the way that you want. I don't mind. I don't mind indeed. Like, let's say that I will at some point, kind of going back to Sword and Shield thing, that I want to at some point be getting at least one of the EV illusions through the day resets. I like that indeed. Like, surely I could be getting easily evolved an EV, but don't really care that much. Yes, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the way that you're hunting. Do people think that it's too hard for no reason or too easy for a reason? And again, at the end of the day, no one else truly cares about the shiny but yourself. And for me it's the case that, you know, it's gonna be in the boxes anyway, so... It's gonna be in the boxes anyway, so does it really matter? Because for example, another good example I guess for me that I want to be fighting certain Pokemons in certain ways is the Alpha Gudra. Surely I could be doing easier methods for it, but I don't care. I want to find that way. I know there's easier ways to be finding things, but I don't care. I want to be finding it this way. I get it that, you know, some people are very much in the mind that they don't want to be facing on things. I get it. But for me, it's, you know, part of the thing that you're gonna be facing. But each other out. As I said, you do be doing hunting your way. I will, like, never will stop talking about it, you know. Because the shiny is yours. What does it matter to me? What is the method that you use to be obtaining it? I will say though that there is situations for me that I would be wishing that a Pokemon could be hunted in different ways. And I guess Melton is one of the good options. I talked about it yesterday already, that I would have been, like, I don't see a reason why Melton couldn't be included in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, like, in the game itself. Because it is transferable. But anyways, but that is the case. Like, I would be wishing that there would be different ways to be hunting Pokemons. It mainly goes to legendaries or mythicals, to be fair, because most other Pokemons you can always be breeding. Also, speaking of Pokemons that, you know, you can be getting through breeding. When are we gonna be getting another Gimme Goal Avenge? And could we be getting the next one with a little bit better odds? Just, you know, slightly. Oh! You know what I found? I found a little fella. It's hiding there. They do be shiny. Nice. Little Milton. Let's go. What are you? Give me all event indeed. I'm gonna quickly note down something. Continue then. Yep. Nice. Now technically I have the Melton line done indeed. Love to see that. As I said, I would like to be finding still a few more, to be fair, and it's, I think, an okay thing to be asking for. As I said, let's go Pikachu and Eevee. I would like to be getting a pair in there and then, you know, in home or somewhere else as well. I will say though, as much as I like Meltons and Melmetals shiny, I would be wishing that there could be something different about the liquid, like, metal part as well. Doesn't need to be drastically different, you know, but still a little bit. Because I'm quite sure that there isn't a difference. Let me actually check out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there is no difference in the body itself. But hey, at least it's somewhat easy to be telling. I really like the detail that the little, like, red, like, ingot's tail is blue when it's shiny though. It's definitely a detail that I absolutely love about the little fella. But yeah, then again, you know. To be fair, you could be expecting to be finding at least one shiny Melton every 2 box. Every other box you technically should be getting a shiny Melton, because it's in average you'll get 60 an hour, because it's 1 every minute. But of course, you know, there is a little bit differences, but it's about. Then if the chance is 1 in 64, then, you know, technically, you know, 2 boxes should be enough to be hitting it. And I will still say that one thing that I absolutely love about the Melton box or mystery box is that you can be just standing still. It's so nice. It's not like necessary by any means, but it do be very nice though, that you don't have to be moving. I also wish that there would be a game at some point that you could be reasonably be using Melton and Melmetal. AKA would need to be able to be evolving in another game than Pokemon Go. Because I definitely wouldn't be minding to be using Meltdown on my team in a game. Let me check out one thing real quickly. It is about Melton. Is it like is there only 2 games that it can be transferred into? Yeah. It is indeed. It is indeed the only way. There's only 2 games that you can be transferring Melton into. It is strange though, if you ask me. Why did Melmetal be getting a Gigantamax for? Why? I guess it's not impossible, but at the same time it kind of is impossible to be getting it. You know? But anyways. And I don't know, it's a kinda cool looking one. Not gonna lie. The Gigantamaxed Melmetal. Quite nice, you know. I don't know, I feel like Melton is one of those Pokemons that I mean, of course, there's quite a good amount of people that when they get it just shiny, they are gonna be done with it, you know? They're not gonna be getting another one. But at the same time, I could see Melton be one of those shinies that people are like over and over and over again going for as well. Like whenever it's available in. I also wonder if there... I mean, I guess there could be a person that hasn't, like, has taken a part in every single Melton shiny event and haven't been getting it as shiny. It is, you know, technically possible, but I mean, quite unlikely. Considering the odds, you know. But you know, anything is possible. It do be indeed. But yeah, indeed, usually I don't show my Pokemon Go shinies on live as well, because, you know, I usually don't have a camera. But I think so, you know, I had it there, so, you know, why not be showing it there? I will say that I'm a little bit surprised how well the camera is, like, getting it. I mean, to be fair, I guess I'm a little bit old school because I'm so used to, like, regarding a screen, it goes brr. Camera, that is. Goes quite brr. Then again, nowadays it doesn't really seem to be happening that much. You know, cameras have been getting better, for example. And also it really seemed to be only happening in TV as well. Like, the camera, it doesn't really like that you are doing things, indeed. Waxire. But anyway, another hour has passed. So, you know, we're gonna be getting another break, indeed. Getting another break, indeed, soon-ish. As usual, around 3 minutes or so is the break. Indeed. Be the case. Azurel. What are you doing there again, buddy? not supposed to be that common. I mean, who doesn't love to see rare Pokemons a lot? You know, they're never shiny. I shouldn't say that because I did get a 1% Bidoof, but anyways. But indeed, they do not be shiny ever. I'm wondering how many times I'm gonna be facing when I'm going for the 1% Lapras. For fishing specifically. Again, it's like I could be getting it in some other ways, but I don't care. I don't care to be getting them other ways. I want to be having Lapras to catch over the day. I wouldn't like to be having a Lapras catch of the day, you know? Since indeed that mark is one of the rarest marks ever. I guess not too many Pokemons can be having it. Because not too many Pokemons can be fished. Stuff like that. It's gonna be the final encounter before we are gonna indeed be having the break. Be checking out, of course, the Meltons while break is still on because for some reason you can be pausing it. Like, you know, once you have it running, you kind of have to be doing it the entire time. Also, we're gonna be having like 10 minutes of hunting, then we're gonna be switching to the nighttime encounters. Once I, you know, continue the hunting, it's about 10 minutes indeed. So soon we're gonna be seeing owls. We'll be seeing soon owls indeed. let's continue the hunting then, indeed. I would like to be getting... Because, see, like I said, I remember that anyone has ever gotten with the Melton boxes is 4 or 5. I think I have like in like 1 hour. 2 seems to be quite a usual one, to be fair. But you know, cheese be getting like over that would be it's insane luck. But yeah. Do be what it do be for sure. But then again, you know, you can always just be getting lucky. It is what it is. But on the opposite hand, you can always be getting unlucky. One thing I will say that I really hope that I could be getting in Pokemon Go at some point is back-to-back shinies. Without there being, like, com day. Like, I would like to see that, you know? Melton, I'm willing to, you know, be accepting, because, you know, it's not a com day. It's not com day odds. But yep. Would absolutely love indeed that. Possibility, definitely. Likelihood is always a different question though, you know. At least so far I will say that much that in Pokemon Go I haven't lost a shiny. Which I find quite surprising, to be fair, because Pokemon Go is definitely on the easier side of losing shinies, since, you know, any Pokemon can be technically be failed. Some harder than others, for sure. Like, as an example, if you get a shiny legendary from a raid, or a shadow Pokemon from, you know, a Team Rocket dude that is shiny, it's a guaranteed capture if you just can't be hitting it. But then again, technically you could be failing if you just miss everything, you know. It's unlikely, but possible. Possible indeed. Oh. One thing, like, probably never is gonna be stop assuming. Yes, the word that I'm looking for definitely is assume. Oh boy. Guess the word that I was looking for was amused. Anyways. Yeah, one thing that I probably never will be stopping being amused by is the thing called how some memes can be like always going on, or like meme songs even. Because, you know, most of them are gonna be dead, but, you know, there's still some that, like, for years since they have been popular, they're still, like, quite often being brought up. Like, probably the main one being Rickroll. So, like, I don't know if that will ever be going away. I mean, I don't mind it. As I said, I talked about it before that I find it very sad that nowadays memes and trending things are only for a very limited amount of time. I hate it. Things are moving nowadays so fast that, you know, we don't have time to be having them there, you know. But I suppose it is how things are now. A little sad for me, but then again, I will say that much that I haven't been the most... I haven't been the person that, you know, uses memes that much. But then again, you know, internet being internet and, you know, how things in the world anyways works is that every once in a while, you know, all things are gonna be brought back up and are gonna be used. Also, I see that the magma really wants to be showing up. Well, it still can. Because soon it's indeed nighttime. It really wants to be showing up before, you know, it's too late. You might not be able to see any more nighttime encounters, by the way, in PDSP. Or daytime encounters, I mean. Because I'm pretty sure that this is the last one. Also, this is the last time that we are probably gonna be seeing Traveler as well. Because yeah, now it's indeed nighttime. So, do we start the nighttime as usual with owls? Oh no, we didn't start the nighttime as usual with owls. No. But are we gonna be getting Wobble Fett with the weird background though? That is a possibility. There's the double owl. One encounter later. No. Did move straight away to the nighttime there as well. Indeed. Overfits also should be showing up soon, and Shining Pearl has an option to be having also Noctowl. So we could be seeing that as well. Brilliant Diamond unfortunately doesn't because it's only in the top 2 areas. And I'm in the middle section in Brilliant Diamond. There is some buffet. Let's go. You gotta love it. Love it the bits. But yep. Decent. Pretty decent indeed. Not too bad in the slightest, you know. Pretty nice day today indeed. Haven't found anything unfortunately in the safari zones yet, but you know, I'll take one Melton. Oh, what a be taking the little fella. Little baby fella. Wouldn't love to be seeing that. Would like to. It's probably a little too much to be asking for. But also I would kind of like to be hitting 5k if I need to in Soul Silver. I think it's a little too much. We'll see though. We'll see. We'll, you know, see what's going on. There is a Noctowl. Nice. Gotta love to see the Noctowl. I was also thinking that I'm gonna soonish be switching back to inverted for a little while. So we'll be doing that indeed. I said a little while is that I don't know how long actually. You know, sometime we're gonna be going with inverted. You never know. You never know what inverted can be doing. Can be summoning you shinies. I just thought of a cool thing that would be kind of cool to be seeing in a Pokemon game at some point. Probably a fan game has done it, I would like to say. Is to be getting a region that either its whole thing is like mythical or like mythological creatures, or like, you know, ancient things anyways. I think that could be kind of cool. I'm thinking again that that could be working very well as a spin-off. To be fair, there is also in Pokemon games right now already like dudes that are like mining and stuff. And you know, it would be fitting there. Or maybe a side game. I'm always thinking of side games. Where you would be exploring, you know, old places. Discover maybe once thought Pokemons that, you know, they wouldn't exist, like, you know, fossils, for example. Could be, could be. Wouldn't mind it for sure. Because I feel like there is quite a good amount of like mythological creatures that we don't have as Pokemons, which is somewhat surprising because like one would think that they would be used because in quite a good amount of other places, like in other game series games, it is quite often than not that, you know, mythological creatures are some sort of a big part. Then again, to be fair, I do be quite liking those kinds of things, so of course I would personally be interested in them. But I don't know. Because the thing is that I'm not too big of a fan of reading things, so, you know, if there is either a game or a video about it, I'm quite a bit more interested in, like, learning new things. Like, even on things that I'm very excited about and, like it and I'm interested in it, I just don't like reading. So if the only way to be getting more knowledge about things is reading, then might be skipping out on it. Might be skipping out on it then, indeed. That's gonna be a long time no see, little buddy. Cat is giving us a concert once again. And now I get, of course, back-to-back dudes. Yeah, that's, that's how it works. Rest you don't get anything, then you get back-to-back. Nice. It do be what it do be, I suppose. Second Melton box for me is soonish over indeed. Probably gonna be getting 3 more spawns myself. 4 would be quite lucky, but I think 3 is more reasonable. We'll see. Hello, Noctowl. Nice to be seeing you as well. Even though still who would be personally the one that I would like to be finding, but hey. cool one nonetheless. I don't remember exactly how Noctowl shiny looks in this game. I think it's fine. I will say overall I will be preferring Hoot over Noctowl because it really depends on the game. How does Noctowl be looking like? It should be. I know shiny overall is very nice. It's just Noctowl in some games gets like slight green hue to it, and I don't like it. But I will say overall, like both Hoot and Noctowl as a design, they are very good. Hard to be choosing which is better because they both are so nice looking. What do you? We'll see, we'll see. See, indeed. I guess like Hoot and Noctowl would be one of those shinies that one doesn't really get in Great Marsh as well. It could be because most people are hunting during daytime. It could be having something to do with that. I will say though that Gen 3 did do dirty to Hoot and it's shiny. I don't understand, like, why is it so similar? I will say though that quite a good amount of unfortunately quite a good amount of the Gen 2 shinies are looking quite bad on Gen 3. Especially the ones that didn't look that bad in the first place. It's just for whatever reason they look quite bad. And the other one. Let me think. I'm gonna quickly check out, but I'm pretty sure that I don't like Hoot shiny in Gen 3. Yeah. Because for whatever reason, Hoot on Gen 3 in general, it did get a lot like lighter color. It's not like it's brown as in like every other game. I mean, it still like kind of stands out, but also you need to be always remembering that what does a website show it looking like is different from games, because in games it can be a lot harder to be seeing. But also one thing that doesn't help Gen 3 games is that it does really you're gonna be having quite a bit of like different experience with them. Depending on what kind of screen you have. I hated how much the screen does actually do anything. Because I remember that quite a good amount of people did get tricked by Pikachu in Gen 3. Because like Pikachu Shiny, it's not the best by any means. It is quite bad. But you know, at the same time, it is really depending on the screen as well, like how bad it does look. I guess that's the reason why people do be really appreciating to be having a capture system for their you know, Gen 3 games. Because I feel like it's not as big of a problem with anything else. You know what I always have kind of hated on? Another one of those things. There isn't like a million and two different things that I kind of hate. It's links that are changing for no reason. Like all the time. It doesn't thankfully happen in too many situations, but I absolutely hate when, you know, there isn't always a consistent link. Like in most situations I can understand like why there is indeed a different like link, but there's definitely more than not the situation that the link it doesn't need to be switching. It really doesn't. There's absolutely no reason for the link to be switching all the time. But it is unfortunately what it is. Like, for example, I remember that at a time, like a long time ago, I say long time ago, like it was like 5 years ago. You know, a long time ago. Well, it was like 7 years ago anyways. It was a big issue on Discord that I did notice that people didn't know how to be handling. People didn't know how to be creating like forever links for like servers. And cheese was it annoying. And like, you know, I don't understand that kind of situation. I mean, if you ask me, in my opinion, if you create... I haven't created, you know, a Discord invite in such a long time. I feel like if you're creating a Discord invite, it always should be like as a default. It should always be a infinite one. It should be. And then if you want to be making specific modifications, you can after. Like, you can be doing that. Because I don't know, I so rarely be getting the situation where I need to be creating a link just for a short moment. And like sometimes I have forgotten that I need to be creating a forever link instead of like one-time use. Or like one that expires in 24 hours. You know what I could be doing? Inverted. I was thinking... Date and time again. Let's go inverted until I hit the odds. Or shiny. Of course. Let's go inverted until a shiny or I hit the odds indeed. Gonna be around 600 encounters. Let's do that. So be prepared for reactions that are happening only after the shiny has been on the screen for like 2 seconds. So you never know about inverted, you know. Sometimes it's just easy, sometimes like, is it though? Is it though? There's some easy ones I would like to say, and there's some kind of impossible ones. Fun fact that is that that during the daytime there is kind of an impossible one and a very easy one. Because Badu is quite easy. And I would like to say Starly wouldn't be that easy. Could be proving wrong though. Not today though, because you know I'm not gonna be seeing any of either Badus or Starlys today, but some other day perhaps. Some other day perhaps indeed. I like how Bibarro looks, by the way, at nighttime more than during the daytime. It's not as like bright blue. It's like it's, you know, dark outside or something like that. And I like it more. I do be loving it indeed. It's, you know, not as to your eyes as during the daytime, you know? When it's inverted specifically. You look odd. Didn't think that it would be a shiny, but you'd be looking odd now that it's nighttime. To be fair, I will still say that I don't know why Skoruby looks like that anyways. I don't understand. Why does that shade of blue go to that color? Anyways. Do be what it do be, I suppose. The odd looking little fella. Definitely not because I'm inverted. Definitely not because of that. So I don't know why, but inverted also makes it seem like Bibarel's like face looks like very much of like a mask. I don't know what it is about it, but surely it'll be seeming like that indeed. So I guess something about it. I mean, to be fair, there is some Pokemons definitely that have that kind of a barrel issue anyways, that it's just the face doesn't just look natural. In the sense that it just feels like someone has glued on the face the Pokemon. I guess kind of every Pokemon do be using quite a good amount of hair gel, I guess, to be keeping the thing called referring in certain positions. Could be. I mean, then again, I don't know. It'd be kind of cool if there would be... another cool thing that I could be thinking of that it would be kind of cool to be seeing in Pokemon as well is... Since we have few Pokemons that more or less look like that they could be superheroes, or they kind of are based on superheroes. What if some of those Pokemons would be added to the... I forgot what it's called, but the... Exist Pokestar Studios? But anyways, the one place in Unova that you can be making movies. Because I still think that it's one of the coolest things. I definitely will someday be, in quotes, playing through the story of it. Definitely will be. I really want to be playing through that indeed someday. Would at some point need to be, you know, going ahead and playing game that, you know, would be having it in it, but it's definitely goal of mine to be playing to some capacity each of the different games in Pokemon games. Or like special things like contests in the Pokestar Studios. Whatever thing that they also have. It's definitely a thing that I want to be playing through. So, most likely one day I'll be doing it for sure. Why wouldn't I? Especially because for some of them you can be getting quite a cool rewards. Or you can be getting, by the rewards, you can be getting cool things. Like Heart Gold So Silver, there is the Pokealathon. That... As prizes, you don't get anything too cool, but from like the currency that you get from winning, you can be buying cool things. that in older games would otherwise be once in a game things. They are ridiculously expensive, I will say that much. But they are at least there. They are at least there, you know. But yeah, it's definitely some, for some of them there is very cool rewards that you can be getting, because you can be getting, I'm pretty sure, Surfing Pikachu in Alola if you have done well enough in the course, different like courses in there. It's, you know, something to be looking forward to. Well, we'll see, we'll see. We'll see what I come up with, you know. But yeah, we're gonna be soon-ish gonna be having another break indeed. You know, get something to eat, something to drink, stretch about, take a break in any shape or form, because, you know, as I said, plenty of times breaks are good. Hydration is very important as well. Don't push yourself, you know, too hard. Shiny hunting, it's always good to be getting breaks as well, so no, it doesn't get too boring. At least helps with me. Gonna be getting bored of hunts. Nice breaks indeed. Each to their own, of course. Well, Buffett's sprite, at least in Heart Gold Soul Silvers. It gives me the feeling that it's very surprised. Like it's shocked even. I mean, it's probably like meant to be looking like it has been punched back, and it has been punched. It's like try to be staying upwards, you know. Maybe. I like it. Odd. Yeah. But then again, I will say that quite a good amount of the sprites are odd. I will say that, in my opinion, there really isn't a bad sprite since Chenju. It's not like the Chenju ones are bad either, it's just like there is the limitations and, you know, not really at the same time not really knowing like what certain Pokemon still look like, but still having some sort of an idea. That's why, for example, the red and blue and anything before that, that's why they, like sprite-wise, they do be looking the most odd. Because a lot of sprites should get better in yellow because anime. But hey, you know, it's with any kind of art, you know, you gotta start somewhere. You gotta start somewhere, indeed. It's good to be starting. And the thing to be starting for years upon years, you know. Gonna try to squish in one more encounter. I have enough time for one, indeed. And we are gonna be having indeed a 3-minute break. Is Geodude again? I'm gonna be getting going soon. Going soon indeed. So, no way, you already. You know what I could be doing before I actually continue is to be making sure that counters are correct. done that, you know, today. Yeah, correct. Correct indeed. And to be fair, I haven't really at least noticed myself today that I would be missing out on things anyway, so it's a good thing, I suppose. We'll see. I would be hoping that within this hour I could be hitting 23k. I think it's quite a bit of a stretch though. I think it's quite a bit of a stretch though, indeed. Unfortunately, but one could hope always. One could always be hoping that, you know. I've known this, you know. Not the end of the world. I think, like, no matter what, we can be getting relatively close to it anyways. Like, I'm hoping like 200 away. Hello, Shion Max, how are you doing? Thanks for the lux. Appreciate it indeed. Yeah, I did fail a Magmar. What do you mean? You don't know if you're ready yet to be hunting in PTSP? Ooh. Where are you hunting it? Woobat is not the easiest thing to be hunting, that's for sure. One of the more annoying ones, unfortunately. Okay, good luck with that. It's an annoying hunt because if I remember correctly, they are like running away from you, right? So it's annoying to try to be getting them. Yeah, that as well. Spawn rate isn't the greatest. I thought that Woobat was also one that runs away. I know Noibat is, as because I feel like I have been getting sometimes Woobat running away from me. Drillbur doesn't make too much sense why it is running away if you ask me. But sure. I find it very funny, by the way, how different of shinies are Drillbur and Extra-Drill. It's lovely, but it's so strange. Ooh. Yeah, getting the apricot Pokeballs and such, yeah, they are kind of a pain. I don't know, I feel like I've been hearing more people be in the recent years wanting to be getting the apricot Pokeballs in Sword and Shield. I don't understand why all of a sudden. I mean, I always found them cool. And for sure it's annoying to be trying to be getting them, but still. Of course, things need to be made easier so people are not gonna be complaining about it. To be fair, if you ask me, in Heart Gold Soul Silver, it's also pretty easy to be getting apricot Pokeballs a lot. You just need to be collecting them daily, and then you can be crafting like, in quotes, millions of them at once. And you need to be waiting another day. It's quite an easy way to be getting them. Since unfortunately you can't be transferring items between games, it's annoying. Yeah, it is way too low in Sword and Shield. And it's stupid rare, I hate it. Definitely doesn't need to be that rare. Then again, I will say at least they are like available. It's not like they are not available still after so many years. But yeah. I feel like because it's kind of a pain to be getting the materials in the first place, I think 10% wouldn't be too bad to be asking for. But yeah, 5% should be should be the lowest. Yeah, because it is what it is. It's with quite a good amount of things that in game specifically that over time things are not gonna be as rare as they used to be. Because they want like more people to be able to use them. But yeah, I like the thing though nowadays that there is in Pokeballs that are either exclusive to... or that there isn't that many Pokeballs that are only exclusive to certain games. Because it's just... why? Why can't we be using cool Pokeballs? And at what point can we be making our own, like, fully customizable Pokeballs? That would be kind of cool. Quite like that. Pokeballs that you could be fully customize yourself. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, then again, I guess if you don't get access to the DLC, they are pretty rare to you in Scarlet and Violet as well. And not, like, quite a good amount of people didn't get the DLC. I will say, though, that Apricot Pokeballs are one of the most broken Pokeballs ever. In half of the times that they are in games, they are not working as they are supposed to be working. Unfortunately. I still should try to be getting those myself as well in Sword and Shield. The Apricot Pokeballs, but I haven't been having in coach time, aka I can't be bothered. Haven't been able to be finding enough time in my day to be doing it. I'm I'm trying to think, is there any other Pokemon that would be locked to like one specific game that you can never be moving it apart from the spiky ear Pichu? I mean, I will be spending quite a good amount of time myself soon-ish. Try to be getting the fossils in Sword and Shield, so that's gonna be fun. I mean, if it's specifically stuck in one game. Because the only one that I can think of is indeed the spiky eared Pichu. That is always gonna be only in Hard Gold Soul Silver. I mean, I suppose Pinda in PDSP, but that's about it, really. But then again, it's not like there is any other Switch games that it could be moved into anyways. So it's not like it's currently missing out on anything. But it's not like that was meant to be like that. Spiky Eared Pichu was meant to be like only in Hard Gold Soul Silver, which is stupid, but understandable, I suppose. Oh, good luck with that if you decide to be doing a badge quest. In PDSP, it's not easy. It's not the hardest thing ever either, but it's an option nonetheless, I suppose. I didn't even know that there is a bot for using PokeRadar. Seems interesting though. I mean, in my opinion anyways, using automatic methods to be getting shinies is kind of boring. It's cool, like what technology can do, but it's also kind of boring. Like, why? Why though? Yeah, it do be very fast to be getting encounters in any of the safari zones. Especially in PDSP because they do their funny little dances and whatnots. If you have high enough friendship, which just happens half of the time accidentally or not even trying to be doing it. Yeah, to be fair though, at least in some games, if you put the Pokemon to sleep, it's not gonna be doing the dance. It works, for example, in Sword and Shield, you can be putting it to sleep, for example, indeed, and it's not gonna be doing the dance. I don't know. An option to be fixing it. But to be fair, I can't be bothered with it half of the time. Like, yeah, surely it can be saving you a little bit of time, but I don't care. You know, when I'm shiny hunting, I'm here to be wasting my time anyways. And of course the easy fix is that don't get friendly with your Pokemon. Let them hate you. Then they are never gonna be doing the little dance. Kind of hard to be not having it though. But there is technically a fix for it. I guess, like, every single time that someone is talking about making shiny hunting automatic, it always reminds me of people that hunted the fossils with the, like, turbo controllers in Sword and Shield. And they always struggle to be stopping it when they did see that there was a shiny. Always, every single time. I mean, surely I understand that, you know, having a turbo controller, it saves you from the pain in your hands, but at the same time, like... why? Is in pain part of shiny hunting anyways? In its own weird way. But I understand though. I will be saying that I don't mind people using turbo controllers for like catching, getting the in the galar, the fossils that you need to revive. I don't mind that, but I hate that kind of automation in shiny hunting that it's literally a bot that hunts. I don't think it is as big of a thing that as it used to be. It was indeed a big thing like a few years ago. You still see it every once in a while for sure, but it's just like, why? What the fun is there? It's like, I don't know, it just feels like it's so much setuping for it as well. I couldn't be bothered to be doing it myself. As I said, it is very cool looking, but I will still say though that auto encounters, they are the people that use them, they're quite cool though. It's a cool way to be using the same kind of technology indeed. But then again, I guess I'd rather be seeing people hunting with, you know, bots and, you know, seeing which images is the Pokemon shiny or not than the very legitimate Pokemons in trades. Is it just so stupid? Because at least, like, if you're using, like, some sort of a bot that, you know, recognizes if the Pokemon shiny or not, at least the game still is actually giving you a shiny. I guess boring as it is, at least it is at least an actual shiny. Then again, it's a thing that we can never ever be escaping, as many times as I said. We can never be getting away from cheaters in games. Like, even though there is in some situations there's quite a big pace that you might be needing to be doing if you're like using cheats in games, but it's not gonna be stopping them, unfortunately. As I said, like, I don't care if someone is, you know, cheating in a game that they are playing on their own, aka a single player game, but, you know, why do it online? That is a thing that I've never understood. Like, for example, I'm bad at, like, first-person shooters. I'm, like, absolute garbage on them, but I'm, like, still not gonna be using any aimbots or anything, because why? It's so stupid, but each to their own, I suppose. As stupid as they might be for me. But I do be hoping the best of luck still to anyone else that do be hunting. Making, you know, the progress is always a good thing. Very nice indeed. Of course, I do be hoping also that you can be catching whatever you're looking for as well. In the cases of safari zones, of course. That indeed. I've been fairly lucky this year, as I said myself, only one of them has been flying. It was technically kind of the highest chance to be fleeing in the first place, because I can be getting critical captures, for example, in there. Previously, there's a chance. It's quite a low chance for me, I'm pretty sure. Chance nonetheless, you know. It is still a possibility. Chance indeed. First safari ball that I'm accidentally throwing today, I see. Of course, it's gonna be capturing. Cool. Caught a big barrel. Well. It's been almost 5 hours, and this is only when I'm accidentally throwing a Pokeball. Nice. Not that bad, honestly. Also, it reminds me of, because I'm, you know, using, of course, 2 different Joy-Cons for the games. One thing that kind of always has bothered me about people that multi-hunch is that of course they like pair the same controller in a million different games. Like, that's fair enough. But I hate that they don't close out the other games, so they are still like running, and in the case of a Safari Zone, they are gonna be trying to be capturing every single one of them. I mean, most of the people do be like making it so only one of the games is running. So that's nice, but I understand that it's kind of a like waste of time to be doing it, but at the same time though, why not? But yeah, do be what it do be, I suppose. I know that it's technically possible to be like weirdly I don't know. Because I think I would even be like, if I would be multi-hunting with a bunch of consoles with one controller, I think I would still be more or less like unplugging the other games. I do be liking to be watching though the game, the videos that people are playing like 20 different copies of the same game at the same time. Do be finding that so cool. And then they have like one secret one. And they are seeing like, can they even be getting anywhere? Which is pretty cool. Be finding it cool, like what you can be doing indeed, but it's a little too over the top, maybe. But does it matter? No. Oh, also last night was the first time that this year slash this summer, because it hasn't really been happening before summer anyways, that I did see like lightning be hitting the ground. I mean, I've seen a bunch of times like, you know, the light and of course hearing the sound afterwards. But like actually seeing it, which is somewhat surprising because there has been a bunch of them. I mean, to be fair, they have been kind of avoiding us, thankfully, but still. Do be what it do be, you know. Well, nonetheless, absolutely love to be seeing them indeed. One cool hunt idea that if I remember correctly, it was from Blue Boy Finn that I did hear about that. Even though it's like in the way that he was thinking it's impossible to be doing. But he was thinking that, you know, before like PDSP was out, that if the Manaphy could have been haunted, it would be going from person to person, you know? That would be, in general, quite an interesting hunt, though. Like, throw an egg, then, you know, everyone can be hatching it, then it goes to another person. Sounds interesting, you know? I mean, it has been done with, you know, kind of with the Manaphy egg in the original Shino games. Has been done with few other ones as well, like that. Like there is the special special Axio Semi-Sage and Bidov in, you know what? That they could be done that way as well. Pretty cool. Pretty interesting as well. What? It's a bunch of interesting hunts still left out there, I would like to say. I don't know what has ever done them. There ain't many, but I would like to still say that there is going to be quite a good amount of them still. I would like to say that indeed. As you know, people are still discovering new things. Some that are unobtainable, some that are obtainable, but either impossible to be reaching the location or something else. But technically, if you could be getting there, then you could be triggering things. What? Interesting. I feel like quite a good amount of, even though they have been quite thoroughly be checked for things, I still feel like there could be few events that could be having something that we don't know yet. Like event Pokemons and such likes, you know. Feel like that indeed. I unfortunately can't quite hit the odds in PDSP before we're gonna be having next break. I'm gonna be a little bit under 100 away, but it is what it is, I suppose. Gonna be close, indeed. Also, it's gonna be quite close to be hitting the 23k as well, that I want to be hitting before the next indeed break kicks in. I could technically still be getting 100 more checked. Possibility? Absolutely. Well, we'll see. If it happens, it happens, you know. Not the end of the world if it doesn't, but just seeming like I could be getting a little bit closer to the 24k than I was thinking today. Yep. We'll see, we'll see. Because I was jokingly talking about it. I don't remember when exactly was it, but I was jokingly talking about, you know, that Boba Fett is Quagsire Shadow. I was thinking that if I actually do be getting, you know, in Soul Silver of Shiny Boba Fett, I might be just be nicknaming it. There's actually two that I'm thinking of, either like wannabe Quagsire. Of course I need to be making it shorter because I'm pretty sure that it can be fitting there. Or like Shadow Quagsire or something like that. Because why not to be a little silly like that? I mean, to be fair, if I do be finding it, then I guess I need to be also finding the moment that I was talking about it as well. I mean, it's not the end of the world, it's there somewhere. It can be found, definitely. Can be found, definitely, indeed. Or I guess I could be explaining it as well, but anyways. We'll see if we ever get there, you know. But yeah, indeed, we're gonna be having soon-ish another break indeed in about 3 minutes or so. We're gonna be having about 3-minute break indeed as usual. I'm probably gonna be stretching my legs. Or we're gonna be having the break indeed because, you know, I've been sitting for quite some time. Even though, you know, you be moving them, but still, you know, a little bit larger stretch doesn't hurt at all. So that's nice. Very nice indeed. Would be suggesting you to be taking a little break as well. These breaks are good. So I said plenty of times, breaks do be good. I mean, I did get around 200 away from the thing. I'll see. I'll see. I think that at least today we're gonna be getting, you know, the 3K done as I do be trying to each and every time. But we'll see. Once we get there, like, where do I want to be ending off today, you know? Or does the game decide for me, you know? It's always an option, I suppose. The game decides for me. A few more encounters to go, then indeed we're gonna be having the break. And it seems like I can't be getting under 100 away from hitting the odds. It's gonna be slightly under. Sad. It do be what it do be though. It do be what it do be indeed. I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna be stopping there before, you know, as usual, the break is over. Nothing on there? Nothing on there, okay. Pretty decent though. Let's run away, shall we? There we go. Yeah, maybe it's gonna be taking like 10 minutes or so to be hitting the odds in PTSB. Most likely indeed. Then, you know, we'll be turning away from the inverted indeed. But I did check out, so my average is for the day so far 514.2 per hour. That's pretty good. It's pretty good indeed. But I love it. I love it for sure. But yep. We shall see, we shall see. We shall also see how my brain reacts when you are not gonna be in inverted anymore. To be fair, I have been playing in inverted for longer periods of time sometimes. I have indeed. Because I was thinking that if I could indeed be hitting 23,400 today. But, you know, of course, everything is, as always, gonna be going depending on when we're gonna be getting there. Whenever we're gonna be getting there, you know. But indeed, at least we're gonna be doing the 3K today. Like, that's like a no-brainer. Of course, like, if all of a sudden I don't be getting the very rare chance that I'll be getting shiny in both of the games. Possible? Yes. Likely, not really. Not really that likely, but maybe? Possibly? Could be the case. Could be the case indeed. One of the few times that I hopefully need to be seeing Skoruby like that. Hopefully, you know, I need to only see like maybe 5 of them more before I'm gonna be switching back to regular colors. We shall see, we shall see. I will say one thing that doesn't really surprise me that I haven't seen too many people be doing. But still a surprising amount of people have been doing it is badge quest in one of the Chodo games. I've seen a few people do it, but not that many. It is very much understandable though. Very much understandable indeed that, you know, not too many people want to be doing it, but cool to be seeing people do it though. I definitely did notice that once Scarlet and Violet did come out that a bunch of more like games did get the badge quests as well. I guess since they, you know, were done with Scarlet and Violet, they decided to be moving to another game. Fair enough. I mean, I know also that quite a good amount of people have been giving up in the middle of, you know, doing badge quests in games because it's too slow or whatever, but you know. At the same time, I kind of think that you should be knowing what you're going for. I mean, fair enough, I guess, if you have only been playing Scarlet and Violet. That, you know, shinies are somewhat easy in that game. But then again, I feel like you should be knowing if you're gonna be... If you're gonna be, you know... going in the games, I think you should be knowing, like, what are the odds. Like, because I haven't, like, ever been, like, I wasn't aware of things. EEST, I will say, is one of the Switch games that isn't that bad. Sword and Shield are kind of bad because the only way to easily be getting increased shiny odds is through Dynamax adventures. And those Pokemon are quite high level, so I don't know how many want to be doing it. It would definitely be an easy one to be winning, I would like to say, but don't know who would really want to. I'm kind of thinking that all the 3DS games are easy. Because there is DexNav in ORAS. There's chain fishing if you want to be doing only fishing in also in ORAS and in X and Y. I guess X and Y are kind of one of the only hard ones, but you can do hordes though, so that could be cutting some time, I suppose. Then on the Alola game series, it's so as cost that you basically unlock in the beginning. Not straight away, but they aren't that far in. And technically it's not a badge quest in that game because you're not really getting gym badges, but close enough. And yeah, I don't really know, I guess like after that there isn't really an easy way through the previous generations. I mean, I suppose Q Charm glitch in Gen 4. I suppose there is that. But that's about it, really. And also it's a little bit out of the question, like, can you be bothered to be setting up the trainer ID and stuff as well? But yeah, interesting would be very much. Getting terribly close to the amount of rubies that I did want to be seeing with this color scheme. Getting terribly close there indeed. I mean, of course, it's not the end of the world. Also, it seems like it's more like 15 minutes that it did hit to be hitting the odd spot. Was it that much off though? It wasn't like half an hour off at least. Not that far off indeed. Cat is on the move. Somewhere. Who knows where she is going, but she'll definitely be going somewhere again. So that's the odds. I'll do the next 100 and then I'll be actually be switching back. I'll just go there because, you know, a few more encounters anyways. Doesn't really make much of a difference, you know. Gives, you know, more chances to be fighting the different current Pokemon to be more different than usual. Always gives us that chance. Fortunately, it wasn't the case. Let's go ahead and go back to the regular mode for rest of today. Gonna be switching anymore right back to inverted. Guess we go in an hour-ish, maybe, at least sometime. We'll see. We'll see how long we go actually, but I'm gonna say probably hour-ish anyways. We'll be still spent today in here. It's a regular looking screw. I know, not the green kind. It's supposed to be, you know, yellow. But it definitely looks greenish. Doesn't it look like, you know, your usual yellow, definitely. It's not what it is looking like indeed. Yeah, 23k as well, indeed. How time flies with those encounters as well. We technically could be getting today the thing that EDSB goes past, you know, so silver, but we'll see, we'll see. We'll see, indeed. At least I will say the good thing is that I'm not today in a location where Noctowl appears in. Because I remember that Noctowl looks so stupid. It looks so stupid when it's inverted. I don't mind it, it's just like, why though? It looks, I don't know, it just looks odd. But then again, it's inverted. What doesn't look odd when it's inverted? But anyways, glad to be seeing, you know, normal looking Pokemons again. Of course, you know, I don't need to be going to inverted. I just like to be going to inverted for funsies. And also, you know, making the hunt feel a little bit different every once in a while. Even though today I did do it twice. But ultimately it doesn't matter. Ultimately it doesn't matter indeed. There we go. Let's continue then. Continue indeed. Yeah, the dude indeed do be having progress, I know. Does this dude have progress though? No. Sad. Oh, progress there with that combi. Pretty sure that most of other games, you know, they already have progress on the leading Pokemon, so I doubt that they could be getting it again. Imagine, honestly, if Pokeras could be stacking on top of another Pokeras. Training would definitely be quite easy if that would be the case. Wouldn't mind it for sure, it's just like... Then again, like, kinda why would it be the case, you know? But... Could be. Could be. One thing I will say that I'm a little bit disappointed about PDSP though. There isn't too many glitches in the Great Marsh. I'm pretty sure that there is none in this version. If you don't count the... If you don't count, was it Wish Cache? That, you know, can't be running away, but it's technically not wrong. Apart from, you know, the one that if you are using suction cups, it's not gonna be doing anything, but it's everywhere else anyway, so it's not like PDSP is different from other games with that. Or, I'm saying PDSP. I mean, Great Marsh is not different in PDSP. Different with that, you know? It's not indeed. I'm getting quite a good amount of Bidoof on the upper game and Bibarel on the bottom game lately. So soon we are gonna be having definitely male Azurill because that's definitely what's gonna be going on. For sure. Hilarious to be calling it. But we'll see. I always like to be joking about male Azurill though. Always perfect thing to be joking is very weak. And you're playing, you know, in the Great Marsh specifically. But we'll see, we'll see. Maybe. Even though it's looking quite unlikely, but We'll see. It's definitely quite a good chance that I would be seeing a male Azurill before, you know, being done today. But we'll see. If that actually goes on or not. One feature that is kind of nice, but at the same time kind of annoying, is that in quite a good amount of Switch Pokemon games, at least, it's the case that if you're in menus, your music is gonna be quieter. I guess an idea, I like it, but sometimes when you're trying to be figuring out without, like, you know, touching your sound settings, that it just sounds in the correct spot, it's a little bit annoying for sure. But we'll see. We'll see. You could just be the sparkling kind, it would be very nice. I wouldn't love to see that, you know. Wouldn't love to see that, indeed. Sparkling fella, indeed. So to be going until we do indeed be hitting 3k for the day. Nice. If nothing goes terribly wrong, I could definitely see us be hitting indeed the Indeed, the mark. Need a mark soon, so I think I will be going to 23,400 today. I think that's gonna be the case indeed. Oh my. It's about to be running out. Even though it's a 3DS, but still. There we go. That was good. That was good indeed. I'm gonna be running out. This time, no. Okay. Average you, nothing. I see. I see how it is. You look very shocked. She's like staring into nothingness. Looks so shocked indeed. I think I should be able to hit actually the 3k before the next break, so it's nice. It's very nice. Very good as well. Very good, very nice indeed. You know what would be kind of crazy? Since there's quite a good amount of Pokemons that people are saying that are counterparts to each other, like Miltank and Tauros, like Cacnea and Maractus, for example. What if, like, all of a sudden, like, for whatever reason, they would be getting, like, indeed a baby Pokemon or something that they are related together, actually. I mean, if you like actually want to think about it, that's technically how it works, because technically, you know, every Pokemon is in its own way related. But anyways. What are you? But yeah, I think that definitely could be more Pokemons that could be getting regional variants. Not regional variants, I mean, there's more Pokemons that could be getting, you know, shared baby form or pre-FO anyways. And indeed, there's like, indeed, the Tauros and Miltank situation that it makes sense. They are kind of the same thing. But instead of like they are male and female, so makes sense. Maractus and Cagnia could be a little bit different, but I could be like weirdly seeing that Cagnia specifically would be if the like it's evolved in the Tri area and you know, Maractus in more of like humid areas, you know. Like it could be something like that. Silly? Yes. Making sense. Stretch, of course. But it could be. But then again, I don't know. I doubt it, but I mean, it would be kind of cool. Would be kind of cool though. Yeah, we're indeed very soon gonna be hitting the 3K mark today. Nice. Nice indeed. Gonna be doing that indeed, so it's certainly something. Certainly something indeed. Nice, definitely. There we go. There is indeed the 3K mark for the day. Yep. We'll see how much longer I will be going. At least be doing indeed, as I said, to... At least, as I said, to 23,400. We'll see after that. Will we be going for more? I would like to say most likely no, but you never know. If my mind changes some things, you know. I never know. I'm just wondering. How painful would it be hunting Manaphy with like 8 consoles? I mean, it shouldn't be too much, right? And I will personally be going for only, like, if I ever will be doing it, I'll be going with only like 1 console hatching situation. Be doing that indeed, but interesting though. Because the usual thing is that people are hunting with 4 systems, you know, resetting 2 games and hatching on 2 games. And then, you know, after they have been hatched, they, you know, move the games about. Yeah. I mean, I suppose it wouldn't be that much different. I mean, it's gonna be, of course, requiring more things to be checking. It's another Pokemon that I have rarely be seeing hunt more than once, like more than one at a time, is the is Chirachi from the Pomegg Glitch, that you can be hatching it from eggs. Pomegg Glitch is like overall quite cool. Why do the game let a player to be playing the game if it has no Pokemons that can be doing anything is interesting question. It do be indeed. Like, usually it's such a good, like, amount of checks, like, to see, like, is your party, you know... Is your party, you know, still at, like, alive? Like, at least one of them. For whatever reason, one small berry can be breaking the entire game. One small berry. What a powerful berry it is. It's also interesting, like, of course, like, I understand that berries have become more and more useless nowadays. Because, you know, originally they were used for contestings and everything. But I don't know. I feel like there still could be more of use for them. Feel like that indeed. Hello there, Azur. Long time no see, buddy, but you're not male. Even though I did say that like 200 encounters ago, but still. What are you? Like, I don't understand the one thing. I understand that. I don't and I understand it, you know. I don't understand why you can be adding like berries in the sandwiches in Scarlet and Violet. Like, why not? I mean, you can, but you need to be buying specific berries. You can be finding the berries, like Kelsey berry, for example. You can be putting that there. Because, like, of course, like, I don't know, curry making you... I don't know, does it make any more sense that you can be putting berries there? At least, you know, they did have a purpose. They did have more of a usage, you know? What do you... I don't know. I feel like they could have been used. I know that it would have been probably too much to be adding like another food item that you could be consuming into Scarlet and Violet, but I don't know, maybe you could have been... Maybe you could have been still having it. Like, I don't know, maybe you can ice cream out of them or a berry salad. Could have been making one of those. I guess you can be mixing quite a good amount of different kind of berries in Sword and Shield to the curry, and it's still apparently good tasting. And I will also say that in my opinion, like if you're trying to be making like curry yourself, like comparing it to sandwiches, curry making you can be like getting yourself because it like says like how it's tasting, but at this like how are you supposed to be like figuring out what does a sandwich ingredient do half of the time apart from just knowing? But like how would you be able to figure it out? But do be what it do be, I suppose. Because I will say that I don't think that I would have been able to make like custom sandwiches in Scarlet and Violet if I wouldn't have been the help of either other people making them already or me testing out things in the online in quotes calculators for sandwiches. I don't think that I would have been able to otherwise be able to get it. Interesting puzzle for sure. But I think like if like a physical like meter for like how like is the sandwich like sweet, sour, or some sort of like meters that would be telling like what direction the sandwich is going would be nice. Or that the ingredients themselves would have been telling what they are tasting like, even though it doesn't make that big of a difference in Scarlet and Violet as it does in Sword and Shield. But still, it would have been something. Would have definitely been something indeed. But a few more encounters than we're gonna be having in the break. 3 minutes as usual indeed. Squishing one more. Nah, I'm not. Don't have time for one more. So we'll leave it there for a moment. Continue shortly. Let's see what people have been finding. Someone else also got a shiny Safari Zone Chansey. Cool. Love to see that. Definitely. Let's run away from the loot stand. Some more. It's kind of tempting to be doing another 150 more. Okay, then 3,300. today. We'll see, we'll see. Really quite close to be hitting the number that I was trying to be hitting today anyways. But actually be seeing what could technically be going for 23,650? No? No, it's 550, I think. Yes, 650. But we'll see, we'll see. But I think no matter what, that's gonna be absolutely the final one that I will be gonna be pushing myself today. Then, you know, gonna be done for the day after that, for sure, but we'll see. The 400 is indeed only a few more encounters away, so could be doing that then, you know. Nice, a little bit over 6 hours of hunting today, not too bad by any means. Absolutely love to see that. I'm not getting in D today, even though it would have been nice to be hitting 5k on Soul Silver. Not gonna be getting there. Most likely next time then, when I'm doing this, which is either tomorrow or on Monday. If it's tomorrow, it's still during the Safari week technically, and if not, then on Monday it's overtime. Is that the mail Azuriel now? No. The game doesn't want me to be giving me the mail Azuriel. It usually wants to be giving it to me all the time. Oh, hello. Again. Switching from one game to the other. Is it gonna be bouncing back to Shining Pearl though? Nah. Not this time. It was quite silly though. Always love when like a rare Pokemon jumps from game to game. In quotes, of course. But we'll see. Also, I haven't thrown too much bait today as well. I usually like to be throwing a bunch of bait to the Pokemons. Today I haven't thrown too much. Like, I think the only thing that I've thrown basically today is like one Pokeball. And it still shocked that I didn't catch it, but anyways. And then... as I said, not that much bait even. I guess that's like one of the reasons why today is somewhat fast encounters. Because I haven't accidentally been throwing the bait. Makes sense. sense, of course, indeed. I guess still no progress. Still no progress over there. And yeah, also after I will be hitting indeed 23,550. It also means that in every single game I've done 7,815 encounters, which is pretty good. Pretty good indeed, I would like to say. Not too bad by any means. It is surprisingly low, but still pretty high though. So it also means that in like a week or so hunting can be hitting odds in no one in 8K game. Pretty decent. Pretty decent for sure. of course I could be hitting what's there weaker if I would only be doing it, but not necessary, you know? Not that necessary. That quick, you know. Be taking it out nice and slow every once in a while as well. Hopefully I can be getting these encounters in before the camera decides to be cutting off. I don't think that it's gonna be happening today though, because it did cut off a little bit due to stream today, so I doubt it, but hopefully no still. It's always like a little bit of a hassle to be doing like something for like to be fixing something that is not gonna be like used for that long. Do be indeed. Also, I will say that if the case is gonna be that I'm gonna need to be going in all the games 2 more days, it means that I will be hitting 30k. That's something. Something for sure. Interesting thing to be thinking about. But I would also say that it didn't, like, it's not that far off that PDSP has caught up with Soul Silver. It's definitely not happening today, but at the same time, it's not that far off from it. So that's nice. I'm most likely gonna be soon-ish gonna be having PDSP to be higher number than the Soul Silver indeed. But yep, indeed. 3,300 checks today in about 6.5 hours. Probably more close to 3 hours, 6 hours and 20 minutes. If you're like gonna be taking every break and everything out of the way. But that ain't too bad. Always happy, you know, progress is progress. No matter what though, so, you know. Progress is progress. No matter how many you can get done doesn't matter, as long as you're having some sort of fun, indeed. You know, still. Never gets old. Shiny hunting is one of the best ways definitely to be wasting your time. If not the best. But yep. Few more encounters to go. And then we're completely done for the day. It seems like I'm not gonna be getting the male Azuriel today, unfortunately. Even though I did say it about 300 or so encounters ago. Very disappointed in the game, for sure. But hey, pretty good. And also it actually seems like it was only like 6 hours and 10 minutes of hunting today. I was thinking that this would be taking a little bit longer, but there we go. Nice. Another kind of successful day. The only shiny technically found today from me was the Meltan. But to be fair, I kind of like that shiny a little bit more than something that I can be getting at any point of year in Safari Zone. So, I don't mind it. But yeah, thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. Yeah, I will see you guys either tomorrow or on Monday. I'll see. Of course, you know, we'll be posting on Discord about 10 minutes earlier before I start the stream. If I stream that day. But yeah, until next time, bye!